Hey everybody, welcome to Museum Bulletin number 69. It is Sunday, April 17th, and we are back in my place working on the collection website again. Hopefully going to get 100 plus items added. Just chugging through. Um, Looks like we've already got a couple folks in here. Howdy Yossi. I'm gonna have to wait for the chat to catch up. Howdy, Jesse and Amelie. Good to have you both here. I am gonna. Somebody had to say it. I wasn't gonna say it, but yep, that is the number that we are currently on. Which would have hoped to be a little further along. If I was doing this every single week, I would have hit 52 in like August last year, which means it probably would have hit this point by the end of the year. I don't know. So I think I've missed about a dozen so far. Hey Pete, how's it going? Going over to the brother's house for ham. Nice. Yeah, that ham slice, that we both had that day. That was a good one. For being 31 years or 30 years old at the time, that was pretty good. So I'm just doing a little extra rigging right now. We got a kitty in the background. Oh, she's gone. Yeah, my favorite part of Easter I did not take care of this year, and that's getting those marshmallow peeps, putting a slit in the pack, and then hiding it somewhere for like a year. And once I get a good cycle of that going, a couple packs put away somewhere, then it's a good bet that I'll have really dried out, tough, if not crunchy, marshmallow peeps the next year, and that's the way I really like them. It's kind of like making your own Lucky Charms marshmallows in a crazy sort of way. All right, let's see if this thing has any juice or if it's going to need to be plugged in. So I am firing up a secondary camera. I'll get that linked to this whole setup, and then we'll be able to look straight down at whatever it is that I've got out on the bench. In particular today, we've got a gigantic 50-pound case from Bob Sourwine. So I need to reach out to him and make sure he's going to have a chance to come by today. He said go ahead and open it without him, but I'd like to open it with him watching if possible. All right, just let him know if he thinks he can make it and can give me a range. I'll wait for that. All right, just doing that, leaving the phone on so that I can hear his reply. So before this water gets cold, well, see, now it's good reason to get this going. So let's see. 47%. So not doing great. Definitely going to need a charge. That shouldn't be a problem. Oh, just going to grab this power pack. Plug that in. There we go. All right, 192.168.1.169 is the address for this camera. So bear with me while I get this camera online. Then we can jump right into coffee. I do have some coffee from Yossi. I brought the Arabica, and I got a cup of still very hot water. All right, let's see if we can get this working. Looks like the lens needs a little bit of a cleanup. Hey, kitty, jumping through again. All right, that looks like it's a little fuzzy, but it's working. So, got a handful of things here to use today. So today I'm going to be going through a whole bunch of, well, not going through, I'm going to be eating a bunch of things from the Feast of the Holidays MRE that Rachel sent over back at the end of last year. So I made a little meal out of a number of the things in there. All right, we're going to start with a nice heaping teaspoon. And probably add a second just for that extra kick. All right. Make some mud. Spilled a tiny little bit there. So this silverware kit is from what appears to be potentially a Polish ration. Maybe a Lithuanian? No, I think Polish. There's going to be stuff from all sorts of different rations today. And then who knows what's in that box from Bob. There's a great big, I want to say like steamer tray or baking tray that he, package that he had provided that he's been planning to ship over for a little while. And it's huge and very heavy metal. And he packed it full of things that I'll have to guess at what they are until we open it. So, cheers. Thank you, Yossi. And I think it's probably going to be a smaller number of us today just because it's a holiday and everybody's with family. So, we're going to have a laid-back stream, going to work on the collection and enjoy some miscellaneous foods that I may need some help identifying. So I think I've got, let's see, these, I think I've got a Swedish Maine, maybe. I've got German bread. I've got Australian peaches. I've got French, I think, yeah, French snack rice pudding and various little spreads and stuff. Hey, Dave, welcome to the stream. All right, I'm just going to continue setting up this this mix channel just so that I can get the secondary camera all set up. You've got two of the rye bread things. Oh, nice. This is going to be one of these Roggenschrotbrot, geschnitten. So, looking forward to this. Yeah, it's one of the pull tab cans. I'm definitely a big fan of those. And I've got some, some creamery spread. Yeah, we've got a whole mix in this thing. The Feast of the Holidays MRE it's just fantastic. There's just so much stuff in there. Okay, so setting up this spare view. And in the background, I can hear my other cat trying to break in, but she's not gonna. No attacking today. Okay, cell phone scene as the background. And you guys can even see as we build it. So we got cell phone scene as the background. I'm going to layer in the webcam. And then we're going to layer in the chat scene. All right, and I think that, oh wait, no, we want to layer in the titles. All right, there we go. We've got all the different little bits and pieces together so that this can be a actual scene to jump back and forth between. Oh, everything jumped around position-wise. I gotta fix this. Desktop bottom left is not looking at bottom left anymore. My displays like to change positions on me. There we go. Sorry about the late setup here. See, so that's this one. All right, and then desktop upper right. Are you looking in the right place? Yep. Okay, so there we go. We got the bulk of everything working again. Yep. All right. Nice, nice, nice. The neutral one, I think I never remembered to add chat to that. I guess I don't need to. That's the new, this is what I call the neutral scene. The just Ration Museum. All right, this is nice. I love this software, by the way. It's just so neat for slamming together content and making a nice little output like this. Okay, so sorry about the late start. I'm probably going to have to go into a second cup of this at some point. But one thing I'm trying today, I boiled just before the stream, boiled a pot of water, or I mean a kettle of water, and put it into a vacuum chamber or vacuum layer thermos and sealed it up. The one that has worked the best for me, that's had like, ice last overnight and still be ice the next day. And I had hot beverages that I poured in the morning and forgot in the car and were still hot when I came back to the car at the end of the day. So, like, this one should be, or this should keep the water hot enough to cook up the Swedish breakfast. So, with that, maybe somebody can help me. Let's see, we'll go to this one. So this is what I'm, uh-oh. You're already not working? Why is that? Did you reboot on me? Oh, look at that. It's trying to catch up. Let's see. Trying to do a software reboot, it looks like. How about you don't? How about we don't do that and we go back to real-time-ish? Looks okay on the camera. Oh, well, that's a shame. The wireless up here stinks, which is why I generally don't use this upstairs. Product of Sweden on the back. There is a lot of different language on the back of this. Let's see, any better? That's a shame. The Wi-Fi is just not going to play nice with this camera. Yeah. Wonder what I'm going to do to solve that. I wonder if I can change over to the other wireless, because the 5G is what I normally would use, but it does not work well up here. Regular works better. Might get a different IP and need to reset the camera when this happens, but we'll see. Alright, so this has a much better signal. Looks like it's still the same IP address, but this should probably be reconnected. I'm sure everybody's just like, what does any of this mean? Why are you talking so much? Alright, that seems pretty good. Alright, let's see. Put my hand, taking it away. Putting it on, taking it away. Gonna show a thing. Yeah, okay, this should work. Fingers crossed. So I see a Nordic favorite, outdoor meal, continental foods, Finland. It says Finland. Continental foods, Sweden. Okay, it says continental foods, Sweden, continental foods, Finland. Yeah, I don't see exactly where it would say product of Sweden. A Nordic food favorite. But yeah, okay, so we have, for food time in a little bit, we're going to have a Swedish meal. Let's see. A Swedish main. We're going to have this German bread. Let me close this and see if we got any better light in here. Oh, that's right. I brought this. There we go. That should keep things a lot brighter in here. Maybe too bright, we'll see. All right. So we've got Rogan Schrotbrot. We've got some Mont Blanc. Let's see, riz au lait, so I'm assuming rice and milk. We've got this creamery spread, or creamer spread. Let's see, this is a product of USA. Let's see, huh? What would this come in? SCM creamer spread. It's American. I'm not sure what this is, but this might be some kind of fruit spread. Might not. We've got Australian peaches and syrup from a CR1M. This I'm pretty sure is a fruit spread because it's got like, some of the ingredients are like fructose syrup, sugar, gel, pectin, etc. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be a jelly. Got a peach drink from Denmark. So part of a Danish ration. And a moist towelette. And we got some British peanut butter. Actually, this says Denmark. All right, so Danish peanut butter. Ooh, that light is gonna be a bad spot there. Maybe that's a little better. See, that's this side. Yeah, that's way bright. Turn that on and maybe counter it out with a little more light from up there. Okay, this will work. This is fine. So that's the docket for today, for a little later. And in the meantime, we're going to work on the website. And whenever, if Bob does get to swing by, we'll open up. There's a massive box right there, and we can move this camera up so that we can look straight down at everything. Or maybe move the box over, over here. I'm not sure. A lot of rambling today. Thanks for being here either way, guys. All right. I love this coffee, by the way. Thank you again, Yossi. And happy Passover. Or solemn Passover. Hey, kitty. How's it going? So, last week I rambled a little bit about the tax situation, which is always fun with being a solo guy trying to run a 501c3, winging it. So I had filed taxes in Montana and confirmed that I didn't need to file the long form federally year after year, but I did miss filing the short form federal exempt form, which basically is just a signature, which says I attest that our gross receipts were below $50,000 for this fiscal year. And because after that point you fall into a more complicated tax category. Well, our gross receipts are zero year over year, so or very close to it. So that counts for now. So I made it so that the organization is supposed to be pretty easy to manage until it builds up some steam, which it's nice that those options are there. So I had missed filing a couple years in a row, and then filed late, and they pulled the tax exempt status, but informed me months and months later, figured it out, fixed that, and got the exemption back and got it retroactively reinstated, but then never showed back up in the automated database that says, hey, you're an exempt organization. So none of the other systems that talk to that kind of stuff could ever see that it had been fixed. So I spent, I want to say it was Tuesday. I spent pretty much all of Tuesday on the phone with the IRS. I went through their, so they've got this infuriating system that you call, you go through all the prompts, you say what you need, you get to the final spot where it's going to transfer you to somebody, it blips and then it comes back and it says they're too busy, they can't take any calls, they're not going to even put you on hold, try again tomorrow. It literally says try again another business day and hangs up. So I just kept calling back over and over and over and going through all the prompts and getting to that same step. And then lo and behold, after a good long chunk of trying, it started ringing. And then it put me on hold and said the wait time was maybe 15 minutes. Well, after an hour and a half almost of waiting on hold, someone picked up, and she was fantastic. Thank you, Agent 100-05-8178. I really appreciate that effort that you put into getting the museum back up and running. She listened, let me give the short form of what I needed, and then give all the details. She confirmed a few things, she asked some questions, and then put me on hold, and came back and let me know I was still going to be on hold, and came back and did that 4 or 5 times. I was on, from the point of like telling her about it to the point of being done was another maybe hour and change. But at the end of that, she came back and said everything's good. They fixed their mistake, and the museum was back in the database for exempt organizations, but that it would take 30 days to update. So we're in that new limbo where I have to file for this past year by May 15th. I will not know if it succeeded until May 13th. So I'm going to be calling them, all day on the 13th again, and trying to just verify that everything worked and that everything's good, and then we'll file for fiscal year 2021 on the 13th or 14th, whenever I get confirmation that we're good. And then at that point, we're back in the ability to link up to systems that verify if you're a nonprofit or not, so that people can be sure when they're donating, or so that fundraiser systems can work, and so we can write grants and all that great stuff. Friday is my last day at my full-time day job, so I've decided to go out on a limb and risk things and figure it out one step at a time and go either find a new job or work for myself. I haven't decided yet. I'd like to, if I do find a new job, it's got to be something future. It's got to be something, working on the future, whether it's in cryptocurrency related work, or whether it's in AI or virtual reality, or Web 3.0. Like, there's all these buzzwords, right? But all of those are the things that I'm personally very, very interested in taking part in. So I just couldn't keep working in traditional web development work. It just wasn't as exciting. So I needed to shift something. The side effect of that is that I'm going to get a couple months where I'm working as a contractor just one day a week, and it's for enough money that I can kind of settle things in, all kinds of different, uh, you know, personal life things and for the museum. So I'm going to have basically 6 days off a week for a couple months. And that means I'm going to have a lot of time to line up fundraiser stuff correctly. And I got to close that before it wastes battery. So I'm going to be able to put a lot of effort on getting the museum properly funded and getting some of these major projects started and maybe even, expanding a little bit. So let's see. Swordlink, hey, welcome to the stream and welcome back. Good to have you again this week. And we got Mike coming in. Great to have you. I know it's Easter, so in and out is totally fine. If I really appreciate you just stopping by to say hello. We all love you over here. So, yep, Swordlink. This will be another working mainly on the website week. We got 1,000 and change things to get in here, and we are, let's see, through about 275 of them. So it's going to be, another chunk of time. Though I'll be able to work on the website, for a lot more time and focus on this kind of stuff. I might even start streaming more often. And I'm going to be able to work on some video content and take the time to edit it and all that kind of stuff. So there's, before I fundraise, it's going to need to have a channel video that explains what this is and, that kind of stuff when people come. So, because people can't just sit down and watch 4 hours of this kind of content, like when they're coming in from the web, just doing a search and saying, well, what is this thing? What is the Ration Museum? You guys, you're here hanging out, you're taking part, you're asking questions. It's kind of a different thing for, for us live. But when you come back and you're just or when you just stumble on us, it's a lot to take in and sit through to kind of figure out, okay, what is this? So I need like just a 2-minute video that sums it all up. I need to start making 10 to 15-minute videos about specific things in the Ration project, Ration Museum projects. And you were saying I should give a virtual reality field trip. So I want to make a virtual reality museum with the 3D scanning that we're doing. I did a little 3D scanning last year, but I want to do a lot more later on this year and get tons of stuff, the cases and, all kinds of really neat items scanned and make kind of a virtual space people can go around. Yeah, and get them up on the website like we did with the others. But one goal that I have that would be really neat would be to start making rations in VR where it's, a box, and when you interact with it, it opens up, and then you can reach in and take out each piece and look at it, and put it to the side, so you can actually interact with, get the feel of unpacking a ration and looking at all the items. Like, how neat would that be? So that's something that I'd really like to see happen. We'll start with something simple, maybe a classic MRE, maybe maybe a boxed ration like a French one or something. Well, that wouldn't be simple, but you know what I mean. So it's going to be a pretty exciting year. Having a lot of time to work on this stuff means hopefully we'll see some acceleration in the project, because for the last couple years that I've been working on it, I've got a 50 to 70 hour a week job, depending on how crazy things are. That saps a lot of my energy, and weeknights I have my couple hours before I go to bed, and it's hard to work all day, long day, come home and jump right into museum work. I still do a little bit, but Sunday is like a whole nother work day. So for years now, I've been mainly working 6 days a week, so it'll be the complete opposite, but I'll be able to work on the museum 2 or 3 days a week and feel like I can put real focus on it. So I'm so excited. So that's the bulletin update for right now. Let's see, we got some questions. I love that you got questions. What was the first ever ration produced in early 1900. Was it an emergency or K? So the K rations came about in, I want to say 1943, either 42 or 43. Um, K rations were those little like Cracker Jack box sized rations with a can of something, and then packs of crackers and biscuits, and some candy or some like malted milk or something like that, and a pack of cigarettes, and a pack of matches once a day, a can opener once a day. I think I can't recall offhand, but so there's the K rations, there's the field ration type C, there's the B rations. So the type C is cans of you know uh, beef stew, vegetable soup, that kind of stuff, and burger patties, whatever it would happen to be, and then cans of crackers and drink powders, and they would come in a big wooden crate, and you would break them up and heat up the individual cans, and generally make a meal for a handful of people. The B rations were meant for like an actual mess hall. So the B rations were big cans of things and came with like uh, spices and dry stuff like pastas, and B rations were longer term storage friendly, but could make up large meals at the front. So you would get your B rations to like an actual mess hall. Um, A rations, I don't know if they officially existed as far back as World War II or World War One, but the A ration and its overall concept is another like um, battlefield mess kind of deal, but with fresh stuff. So with fresh and or frozen stuff. So you're getting like fresh vegetables, fresh fruit, actual milk, actual eggs, that sort of stuff for doing the cooking, as opposed to like the B ration's going to have dried milk, going to have dried egg mix, egg powder, that kind of stuff. Um, Now in 1900, the United States wasn't making a whole ton of rations. There were some, but it was mainly like hardtack, canned hardtack bread, and I want to say there were one or two emergency rations right around then. The World War One effort kind of spun up quite a bit, and we started having a lot more canned goods, but that was also when we started learning quite a bit about um, the dangers of foodborne illness and the need to like sterilize and that sort of thing when bulk canning for millions of people, or hundreds of thousands of people, to eat overseas, to transport, all that kind of stuff started, it started really highlighting the problems that can come up in bulk food storage and the need for that food to stay fresh long term. So World War One, there was still a lot of uh, close to the front kind of stuff. There was still a lot of freshly slaughtered meat, um, eggs, milk, etc. Trying to source that from local communities as uh, armies would push through in different campaigns, which, as you can imagine, got pretty hard to do. And then people would fall back on foods that didn't really have complete nutrition. And you could see the outcome of that pretty quick, where soldiers were just eating, hardtack and boiled sweets and that sort of stuff, and not really getting protein, not really getting, vitamins, just getting calories. And even though they were getting, in some cases enough calories, they were still getting more sickly, they were losing weight. It wasn't, wasn't that great. Um, let's see, and you also asked, so I hope that helped put some context on some of this stuff. You also asked, need to try a ration one of these days. What do you recommend for someone who wants to try it? I recommend, you start with something fresh, something modern. Humanitarian daily rations are pretty cheap right now, and they're good, um, especially if you like beans, because they're usually going to have a lot of beans. Hey, and looks like Bob's going to be joining us in about an hour and 15, so that's when we're going to be opening stuff. So those are available. Regular MREs. Problem with getting a loose MRE on eBay, just one MRE, is that you can't tell what box it or what condition it was stored in. When you get a whole case, you can look at, there's a little sticker on there. It's like an orange sticker with a circle in it and then a smaller circle inside that circle. That's called a time and temperature indicator. And if the inside circle, like the donut part, is lighter than the ring, then it's pretty much going to be safe to eat. It's going to have been stored in good conditions. If the inside of the donut is darker than the outside, then that means it's been exposed to a lot of heat or a lot of time. So that would be much more iffy. Now, when you get just an MRE by itself on like eBay, you have no idea what that sticker looked like on the box because you don't have the box. But anything that's like a 2020 or newer MRE, it's going to be fine for the most part. Just be careful buying from the South. Like if you were going to get one from like Louisiana or Mississippi or something like that, there's a good chance that even if it's pretty new, that it's been sitting in someone's super hot garage and not necessarily in great shape. But there's a lot of fresh humanitarian daily rations. They're like a pink ration or salmon colored. You can get a whole case of those for like $25 right now, plus another like $15 to $35 shipping depending on where you're at. So you can get a whole case of those things for not too much. And they've got like fruit smoothies, big cookies, like the big cookie. They've got 2 entrees. They've got drink mixes. They're good. They're fun. Um, First Strike rations are just a bunch of snacks and like shelf stable sandwiches and stuff. They're a great one to start out with. They can be a little pricey, but you can find them on Amazon even. Like you can get just one off of Amazon for like $20. And they're a full day ration, so they've got 3 meals in them and a bunch of snacks. So they'll have like beef jerky and crackers and a Pop Tart and 2 or 3 sandwiches and that kind of stuff. So those are fun. I would recommend any of those, just MRE, FSR, HDR as a good intro. And this is all assuming you're in the United States. If you're in another country, there's going to be different availability, and your local rations are probably going to be, a better one to try and shoot for first. But I'm assuming you're in the U.S. Plans for Easter? No, this is it. This is my Easter. All right, so without further ado, let's take a look at the next boxes in the collection. Amelie, I'm not sure if you're jumping in on it. Oh wait, no, there you are right there. So we've got box 36 and 37 coming up next. Let's take a look at what those are. Museum collection. Collection photos. All right, so we got box 36. Looks like I think you're going to be on that one. Box 37. Oh, wow, you went ahead with the spreadsheets, didn't you? Oh, nice. I'm seeing them. Heck, you're the best. Box 36 is... Or wait, no. Box 37, that's what it is. Box 37 is... No. Am I crazy? 38. Box 38 is my favorite box. This is the Outer Space Collection. So this up here, as a for instance, is the Gemini 4 ration. So this whole set up in the corner here, the chicken with gravy, banana pudding, mushroom soup, tea, coconut cubes, and these packs of gum, and this little towel here. These were all on Gemini 4, the spacecraft, for, I want to say, 61 orbits of the Earth. So this is easily the rarest and most valuable thing in the museum collection. These don't exist, there aren't entire meals that went to space and came back, in the collector community. I mean, in terms of like on a mission like this. They the fact that this one exists is due to some very specific circumstances. The astronaut in question, Ed White, he died in Apollo 1 when the rocket, during a prep, the capsule, the cabin caught on fire internally because it's a high oxygen environment, and everybody inside burned up. So that was Roger Chaffee, Gus Grissom, and Ed White died in that fire, and Apollo 1 did not launch. The last mission he went on before that was Gemini 4. Gemini was a program to try and test a bunch of the technologies that were going to get used in the Apollo program. And he ate all his food except this meal. This meal he didn't eat because he had kind of nervousness because he was about to do the first EVA. He was going to open up the door of the spaceship and go outside into open space and spend some time doing an extravehicular activity. And this was the very first time that an American did this. So it was probably a pretty nerve-wracking experience overall. So he didn't eat this meal. They talked about it on the comms between the ground and the ship, but he brought it home. He kept it, and years after he died, his widow gave it to a neighborhood kid, along with, she had handed out, different trinkets and stuff that he had kept to all kinds of neighborhood kids. And he ended up with this meal, and he held on to it for years and years and years. And his kids took it into show and tell one day and opened up the package, with his permission. And then a year or two after that, his wife threw the package away, the actual foil wrap that said, day 2, meal 4, or whatever it was, or day 4, meal 2. So we've got all these items on the manifest, the serial numbers. We're going to try and verify. Paul Ring is volunteering with the museum every once in a while, and he's doing all kinds of great research. And he's already, reached out and called people, and it's awesome. We're going to get this stuff we're going to get this stuff fully verified. But for this point, everything's on the manifest. Everything is in the right ranges, serial number wise. So we're good. Like, this is a flown meal from one of the most historic flights in space history, and it's just, sorry, I can ramble about this one all day. These up here in the top, these trays and this can, which actually this lid popped just recently, and I got to take care of that and clean that up and put a block in there and set the lid back at the right height. But as you can see on this, it says flown on Mir, Dave Wolf, NASA 6. So this whole collection of items went up in the NASA 6 mission to the Mir space station, which was a Russian space station in the 90s, where there were collaborative missions. So this space station was up there for a couple years. It predated the International Space Station. I think my cat's trying to climb up to the gap, or my other cat is trying to climb up to the gap and force her way in here anyway. So we may get to see her in a bit. But yeah, so this overall, this is my favorite box of stuff. I've gotten in the weeds quite a bit already. So we'll be looking at all this in more detail as we go through. I definitely want to do this one so that all the stuff in it gets shown on screen. So jumping back over here, let's see. Amelie says, currently watching from the tub CT style. Pick up the next box and join later. Got it. Fair enough. And thanks for jumping ahead and doing all the picture spreadsheets. That's going to help move things tonight. Thanks again for the coffee, Yossi. Gonna dive into my 5th caffeinated drink today. People keep suggesting I take some time off of caffeine. It's funny, like I went years and years of my life without any, but at this point, nah. It keeps me going. All right, so I'm gonna jump in on box 37, or sorry, 36. Yep. So last we had was box 35. Let me increase the size on this stuff so you guys can read. All right, we're moving right along. Item 276. Box 36. We got some, I think these were just random rations that I had in a standalone display. I wonder if this is one of the open ones. Yeah, so a lot of this stuff, was just like examples in a display that I had at the Montana State University library back in, I want to say 2015. Yeah, late summer 2015 through the end of the year. I had the second floor of the library with a handful of display cases and a bunch of picture frames going around the whole place. Just as a neat thing, people going through and events that were happening, people could take a look in at not the whole collection. It was really just a tiny fragment of it. And then I had a great big window display going into that. So that was the first and only really public exhibition of ration stuff the museum's got to put on. I am hoping to do more of that kind of stuff over the next couple years, working with other museums and sharing the collection. But yeah, so this box is kind of random, I guess, is the long story short from this. Let me open up yet another spreadsheet. All right, I'm just going to reorder things. And let's see where this one starts. Starts at the end, so I'm going to flip this around. So it starts at the beginning. All right. I don't know what the heck I'm doing with just one picture of that. That's got to be from box 35. Let's take a quick look. It's not from box 35. Box 37? I have no idea why this one item is in here. Is it in the master catalog in box 36? Nope. It's box 36 I've got. Warnick LRP, Sapatco MRE Type C, chicken noodle clear. Oh, yeah. Not C rations. Menu C. These are Menu C. Or Case C. I'm going to say Case C. So the civilian cases. And then we've got some Star Foods meals and some halal meals in here too. So I'm going to grab this block. So that this first photo in here isn't part of this box. I'm not sure where the photo belongs, but not here. All right, so we've got some stuff to rotate. Drop these in here. Manufactured Warnick. So this I like to, so either call it double label or repeating label. The tube just basically has the label over and over and over again so that no matter where it cuts, there's gonna be a full label on the package, and, at least one. So, there's usually like a chopped off one too. And like this one's got two full label parts, but you can tell like if this was cut just a little bit further up, you'd get half of this one, this whole one, and then maybe even part of another one below. So this bag style was made to save on the need for accuracy in the cutting, the crimping and cutting part of filling these. And it's interesting that it didn't stay a thing. These are in 1998 specifically, and you would have found these in that gigantic LRP case, the one that's like huge, wide case. I think 16 or 18 meals in those. So I've got to rotate a bunch of these. A lot. Rotate almost all of these so that we're looking at them right side up. I just remembered I wanted to have some like nice chill lo-fi kind of music or something while we're doing this. I completely forgot to rig that up so that there's some music in the stream. Sorry about that. Soon I'll remember to do these things between streams. All right, so just gonna rotate. These premium quality foods, these were terrible. Just saying, these were terrible. They were civilian meals. I'm not sure if the company ended up being the same one that we know of today as MRE Star. I would be surprised though. MRE Star makes very high quality components. They tend to get some really good sourced stuff. Their breads are always extremely fresh. When packaged, like I like MRE Star stuff. I think they're quality. Star Foods in whatever period these were manufactured, I want to say late 90s, early 2000s for these things, these were just terrible. Um, they just did not have a good, good flavor overall to them. All right, so we'll bring these back over, replace. All right, while that's going, we will jump over and start deciding what pictures go with what. So we're going to use picture, let's see, let's get this lined up to the spreadsheet. So we're going, starting with row 4 is going to be this one. So we got 4, 6 for the first one, and then 8, 10, 12, 15. Okay. Oh, I left this one upside down, but that doesn't matter. I'm not going to use that one. Okay, so I'm going to grab that. And then 6. For a second, I thought that was the first strike one. Eight. $12, 15. Now let's make sure I'm going in the right order. Yep, okay. So that gets us through to the Star Foods one. So we got 17, 19. And 21. And 23. $25, 27. Yeah, we got nice even skips from here on out. I think there might be there's more things in this box. This is confusing. So these totems aren't represented in here. Let's see, 2 Star Foods, 2 Halal. Did I leave them behind? Oh, I did. Okay. 2 totems. Just double checking, so this should be halal. Yep. Hey Randy, welcome to the stream. Happy Easter. And then we get to figure out some keywords and tags for these things. All right, so that's all the pictures. Just gonna mouse over a few and double check that they're the right things. Yeah, everything's looking good there. So let's see, gonna grab the chunk of identifiers from over here. These are all United States. And years are going to be hard. And we're going to need to clean up all these names. Yeah, there's a bunch of typos in here. But we'll be able to get rid of this master catalog once we're through with this work, because all of it will be in this giant spreadsheet with all kinds of extra data. So this will become the new master list of everything in the collection, and it'll keep on getting built out over time. One thing I didn't super duper think about is this collection numbering scheme. As we move things around between boxes and add more things in, it's going to be a little wonky. Like there will be items in here that'll be like, you know, collection 1212 in a box full of like 200s and stuff. But you know, that doesn't matter. Okay, so we've got food packet, long range patrol, menu 1, repeating label. So let's go look at, yeah, here's a good block to copy. And then have we had just regular MREs in here before? Yep. So we'll add civilian and KC to that. Spaghettis with an S? No, thank you. Okay. Individual meal pack. Yeah, these are interesting ones. So I don't know that I'd call them MREs. I guess you still could. I don't believe they have a heater. So I won't put that part. I always spell civilian wrong. No, I guess I spell it okay. I wonder if we can get any years off of any of these zooming in. I want the sideways one. Let's see. So we know these are 1998 just from the style. They don't have 98 stamped on either end. These I'm not sure. So I've had these since the early 2000s. Not looking out so far with any date information directly on the viewable items. Yeah, whatever angle I took these pictures, oh, I guess you are in Eastern time then, because I was thinking you were showing up in an hour. This is great. All right, we'll wrap up box 36, and then we're going to jump into the gigantic box that Robert sent in. So happy Easter, by the way. So yeah, I'm not getting any dates. I was just looking for the 4-digit date code on here. I was going to assume a 2000s variety. This, I don't think directly dates itself, which is crazy. You know, I'm always surprised that these rations, nearly none of them in the United States have a manufacturing date directly on the outside of the package. Everywhere else just about does. Like, you know, lots and lots and lots of countries have clear labeling of produced on, best by, you know, that sort of stuff. So far, nothing jumping through. These halals, I want to say, are in the 2014 or 13-ish range. But, oh, here we go. We got best by Feb 21st something. Manufactured Feb 21st something. So that's no good. That's not clear enough. Okay, this totem has a 8259C, and from the timing of when I got this, I'm going to call this a 2008 totem. It's definitely not 18, and they were fresh when I got them, so that 2008 sounds right. So we'll call the totems 2008s, we'll call the LRP 1998, and the rest will have unknown. Oh, no, that's the only one at 1998. 2008. All right, still cleaning up these names. Like, that's a double space, I think. Nope, that's a single space. That just looked bigger. Totems are tailored operational training meal. Let's see, what type do we have here first? If we can tell. So this has got textured vegetable protein and textured soy. Could be sausage, vegetable crumbles, could be a lot of things. Yeah, I'm not going to put menus on these. Please, wait, put clean up PN hold. I have no idea what that means. Put clean up PN hold. I don't know what that means, Bob. Put clean up. So these are AmeriQual. TOTM. Put cleanup on hold. Okay. All right. I'll stop there. We'll jump over to the box. Thank you. No worries. All right. So let's see. Transition over to this, and then we will move this camera. And then this one will move up. Let's see. Do I stay mostly in? And we can turn off. Oh no. All right. We can tilt that up just a little more. All right, I'm going to jump into the box. See, you guys can see, perfect. Yeah, the slower wireless is the one that works up here, which makes sense. You know, the newer Wi-Fi speeds and stuff, they tend to have weaker signals. At the trade-off of much more data moving through. All right, so let's cut our way through this. Just stab my thumb there. Just a little bit. Holy heck. All right. So this box was 50 pounds. Let's see, can I get any more height out of this? So just to give you guys a view, like, there's my, right? So this camera's a little off. That's all right, that's all right. We'll still get a good idea of what's going on here. Holy heck. So this is one of the great big, is this serving or cooking? I want to say serving or post-prep glue. The size of it would suggest it could go right into an oven. Dang. All right, I'm going to come back to tape clear up after. But, all right, let's see. So this lid, looking for any markings. Wow. This thing is great. It's huge. Whoa, come on. Don't fall. All right. How did that even get caught there? All right. You probably have, 91. You're fine now. Don't need to stay tethered anymore. How are we doing? Yeah, that's in sync. That's nice. All right, we got some filler. Got a fresh halal. See, here's repeating label style, so they didn't drop it entirely. We're just talking about that. So that wherever they cut that, it'd be fine. So this is packing filler, but this is not. Ooh. Ooh, I'm intrigued. Material. Do I have a pair of scissors up here? No. Let's see if I can pull this to the side. No, I'm definitely going to need to cut the tape. I think I can tell what this is. Not a ration, but this is gonna get hung up. Gotta be careful. Look at that. I'm a big Star Trek fan. Bob was asking, "Did you make this?" This is fantastic. This is definitely getting hung up somewhere nice. Put it safe. Safe and flat. Hey Chew, welcome to the stream. I'm just opening a box from Bob's Sour Wine. I'm gonna have to try these. Seasoned pretzel twists. Let's see, is that clear enough on there? Oh yeah, we got a jar of pickled cured pork hocks. Oh yeah. Oh, definitely gonna eat some of these. Oh man, got a loose, like the MRE version of the McRib, which I personally think is much better than an actual McRib because it's even though it says imitation, it is pork. It means it's imitation rib. So the ingredients imitation boneless pork rib, but then in parentheses there it says pork and water and tomato powder, salt, dextrose, sugar, sodium tripolyphosphate, Worcester sauce, powder, etc., 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 etc. Yeah, there's no like textured vegetable protein stuff. Um, yeah, so it's not imitation pork. It's just ooh, ooh. We got some cooked turkey gizzards. So we got turkey gizzards and pork hocks. Palate expansion right there. Oh, well, would you look at that? So I got Star Wars and Star Trek covered. We got the Rebel Alliance, and we've got the Federation. Oh, let's see which direction. This direction. This camera's falling in and out of sync, but for the most part, it's still working. Just gotta pay attention to where it's at. Oh man, you did fantastic work. I assume the yes I did was in response to when I said, did you make these? Those are fantastic. Those are insane. I can't believe you made something like that for me. Thank you. And then he asked if I wanted some older MRE components. Hey, here's that Star Food Processing, San Antonio, Texas. I wonder how this one's going to be. And the rest of these, we got Sopacco, we got Cinepac. Whatever happened to Cinepac? The Cincinnati, Ohio group. I haven't seen anything come out of Cinepac in a long time. Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't even know these were a thing. But I don't know if you guys had seen a couple months back, I reviewed the Brax Thanksgiving dinner candy corn. That was both wonderful and horrifying at the same time. Um, I'm gonna have to taste one of these right now. So we got taco truck, taco truck jelly beans. So we got margarita, churro. Let's see, catch up camera. Yeah, there we go. We got margarita, churro, salsa, guacamole, beef taco, and horchata. And they just look like regular unassuming jelly beans. Come on, there we go. So let's see, we're gonna start out. We'll start out with these margarita. That's delightful. You can even almost taste the salt, like on the rim. Margarita. And then we're gonna jump into another dessert one, or sweet one. We'll try this churro. Also delightful. And then we move into savory. Well, horchata might not be. So we'll try some of the horchata. Okay, right on. But then we cross over into, actually, I don't know what this yellow one is. It doesn't line up. Unless the yellows are the beef taco, and it's less yellow on the package. Yeah. So we'll. Oh, nope, that's. All right. Try some. I'm assuming this is the beef taco because it's the next lightest one. Yep. Yep, that's a taco. Those are good. So far we got, it's working out better than the Thanksgiving ones that had like weird chemical-y taste. We're gonna try the salsa. Wow! It's got the tang of salt. It's really got the tang of salsa to it. We got, I think these are the guacamole. Yep. They're slightly strange, but they're guacamole. All right, that's the gamut of these things. I'm gonna wrap it up with, wash it down with a little bit more margarita here. That's awesome. Those are awesome. God, thank you, Bob. Let me catch up with chat. Hey, Fordman, welcome. The salsa are the worst ones. I like the salsa. I think the salsa jumps out like as salsa. Maybe mixed with the taco. It'd be the best combo. Oh, we got all kinds of good old components. Looking like an 80s pack of M&Ms, or maybe very early 90s. Ooh, they're actually M&Ms in there. You can feel them. Like, a lot of times this era, when you find them in an MRE, they're just a bag of dust. Like, they've just like pulverized themselves over time. There's definitely some dust factor to this, but not much. Best before looks like 107412. I don't know what dating scheme that is. These aren't 2010 or 2012 era. I want to say these are like 1990-ish. Okay, some beverage-based stuff. Oops, some older beverage-based. Ooh, cherry. 80s or early 90s cherry. Got some garlic mashed potatoes, some chili and macaroni. Chili and macaroni is a good one. I haven't had in a long time. Do they still make that? I don't think they still make that. Got the old school Tootsie Roll. We got some, is that the Taster's Choice? Yep. Got some general accessory packet components. Got some loose accessory packets. Ooh, cider. Ooh. Smokey was saying last night, the darker these get, somehow the spicier they get. I like the aged Tabasco. Ooh, we got an old cheese spread that's nice condition. I bet this is going to be edible. This is, let's see if we got a stamp on it that we can read. 1070, so this is probably a 1991, I would guess. A 1991 cheese spread. We got similar era grape jelly. Oh, we got a stamp on there. Looks like 7201, so this could be 1987. I think this style might have still been in 1997. We got a packet of raisins, probably 2009. or maybe even 2019. They seem still raisins inside, so maybe 2019. Got an accessory packet with coffee, cream, sugar, salt, chewing gum, matches, toilet tissue, and hand sanitizer. It's type A, so that's late 80s, early 90s style. Oh, one of these Bill's Brew coffees that I was looking to add. I think these show up in like the FSRs and stuff. Some modern creamers, and this I don't have. This I don't think I'm going to be able to eat. I'm going to need to save this because, well, I don't know. I've never seen one of these. I don't think I've ever seen one of these. Jalapeno ketchup. We got another cherry drink. Awesome. My favorite of the old ones. We got a Zapple sauce. Either 09 or 19. This label makes me wonder. It's a lighter color than the ones I have downstairs right now. We got a Australian ration tea bag. This is made in New Zealand. Is this Danish? Yeah, it's made in Denmark, but could be in a bunch of European rations. Got modern lemon lime powder. Oh, some table syrup. Now these I have seen. This I will eat. Got Canadian hot sauce. Ooh, Canadian chili and lime hot sauce. Another chili and lime hot sauce, different format. These are, well, Canadian ration, but these are made in Stone Mountain, Georgia, or Savannah, Georgia for that one. Yeah, Diamond, although this one is Thermopack. Camera's falling a little out of date, or out of sync again. There we go. Then we've got some of the pouch Tabasco era. Ooh, green, super green. We got the green pepper Tabasco. You don't see them much. They go with like spaghetti, is where they'd turn up. As far as I know, they're still doing them. We got some creamer. We got loose sugar, salt. We got the type 2 spray dried coffee. Some more Taster's Choice. Some red pepper flakes. Ooh, very dark. This is going to be a good one. All right. I think we went through all the components in here. Let me jump back over here. Just going to highlight these one more time. Let's see. Look at that. These are just fantastic. From the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate these and everything here. This is the best Easter. Better than any Easter basket ever. No offense, Mom. Oh my God. That's amazing. I'm just speechless. I'm blown away by the generosity there. That is a mountain of things. Thank you so much, Bob. I'm gonna have to try these right now. These seasoned pretzels, definitely in snack mode. Oh, thank you. I mean, I'll keep doing it. Oh, wow. Oh, these are really, really good. We've got bakeries in North Dakota, Arizona, and Kansas. I could see how these would be good with beer, Bob. I going on 3 years without a drink myself, but I do occasionally have a fake beer. There's a couple brands I like, and I'm gonna have to get some and do a mix and match taste test there. Let's see if I missed any chat while I was. Hey, Paul, how's it going? I missed you jumping in. I see Randy saying, "Want me to send you an extra honing stone?" Honing, sharpening, like a sharpening stone. I think. I know I actually do need one. My knife is getting a little dull. My go-to knife. That's Kershaw that my neighbor Mike gave me back in Montana. That I had a good sharpening setup, but like so many things in my life, I left it in Montana. I had to pack and move and choose what was most important to me and what I'd end up replacing on the other side. So a lot of stuff got left behind. um, Randy says he'll eat the pork but not the gizzards. I'm going to eat them both. And one thing I got to do is start, maybe for the Ruler Yak channel, just start trying some of this stuff, and making little condensed clips. You know, this just looks so good. These pork hocks, these just look awesome. Oh man, like I see that just super red. And these turkey gizzards, I gotta say, these do look really tasty to me. There's some floating sediment in there that I know would freak some people out. Oh man, these look so good. Hey, you picked the right guy to send what some folks might consider weird food to. Jelly beans are about as questionable as the candy corn. Yeah, I thought that those jelly beans are a winner. Like those are a winner. They're flavors that you might not expect, but they're way more palatable across the board than the Thanksgiving ones. Thanksgiving ones, I can say that the cranberry sauce was great. The apple pie was great. But the green beans, the roast turkey, the stuffing, I think there were two more even, maybe one more, but they were they were interesting. The green beans were very much green beans, like they were green beans, but as candy. As Fordman had said, he has a problem with the freeze-dried food if you don't rehydrate it. Freeze-dried Mountain House ice cream sandwiches are delicious, but they give you a stomach ache. I've never tried rehydrating an ice cream sandwich. I wonder if you even could. All right, almost caught back up. Never had alcoholic beverages in my whole life, says Fordman. Wow. Um, might as well not start. You know, I don't know. To each their own. I definitely enjoyed alcohol for years and years and years, but um, I I consider myself much more even keeled and much more in control without it. And I was always the kind of guy that, same thing with food. I don't have a really good off button. Like when I start eating junk food, I just don't stop. Um, let's see. You got a Kershaw found along the road, Randy. That's a great find. That sounds like it was karma for doing some road cleanup there. Just tossing something back that you get to keep. Mike, it was great having you. Enjoy your Easter dinner. Paul says he and his brother brew beer. I used to do the simple stuff, the Mr. Beer kits. You still got to sterilize everything and cook it all up, but it's just pouring ingredients together and following the instructions, one step at a time. It's not as involved as like, um, measuring out the hops and cooking them and removing them from the mash and all that stuff. The only reason you don't smoke tobacco is because you promised your grandpa you wouldn't. That's commendable too. Don't start that either. That was much harder for me to shake. I smoked for years and years and years. I smoked a good chunk in my teens, and then didn't smoke for years, and then smoked again, for 5 or 6 years in my 20s, and then quit for, I want to say, almost 7 years, and then smoked again through a good chunk of my 30s, and then quit again back in like 2017 or 18. But at this point, I'm never going to pick up a cigarette again. I don't know what circumstances made me start again the third time, but nope, nope, no thanks. All right, so that was just, you know, thank you, man. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. And this massive, massive thing, is gonna, with the base, it's gonna look great in the museum. This is gonna be an awesome part of like a World War II era display, especially when I start getting more mess hall kind of stuff. Can you imagine what they would cook in one of these things? And technically, you could use it upside down too as a great big tray. Oh man. Whew. I was contemplating going all the way downstairs to open this thing up, but no, that I got my workbench cleared off and it worked out great. You're welcome. I really just I hope to I hope to keep this going long enough that we get something I can that we, as a community we can all be proud of, and I'll point people to learn more and more about ration history, and to catch the bug, to get addicted to this kind of stuff. I just think it's great, and it highlights ingenuity in so many fronts, and it affects all of us when some major breakthrough is found because we have to make 1 million of something or 10 million of something for war. We all get the benefit. And to the tune of living longer is the reality of some of this stuff. Finding out, foodborne illness on a mass scale, was something that could be prevented with better canning techniques and better materials. That's helped just about everybody in the world live, an extra 5 or 10 years. And then things like thermostabilized foods, cooked in pouch, and the materials that go into those pouches has saved on packaging waste and food waste by making them much more long term. Say there's a date on the bottom here. Let's see. Remove all this stuff back in the box. this over here. All right. My guess would be World War II. I was going to say that or Korean War. So we got U.S. Bloomfield 1950. So we got Korean police action era. And I assume Bloomfield's the manufacturer, not like the name of a ship or something. Though the Navy would have great big stuff like this in their galleys. This thing is like 90% of the weight of that package. I bet you, yeah, of that 48 pounds, I bet you that's 41 pounds, 42 pounds by itself. That is just amazing. That's the best piece of cookware, in the collection now. Amelie says, I forgot Americans called wars police actions. Well, at least some of them were technically just police actions. Got to declare war for it to be a war. The U.S. was at war with, the Axis powers. The U.S. was at war with the Kaiser and, his allies, but the U.S. was not at war with Korea in 1950, with North Korea. I don't recall if we refer to it as the Korean War, but generally we're talking like 1951 through like 1953. I don't know that there was a declaration of war if it technically was still a police action. I said you used them for years at the station, like that actual one. Oh God, yeah. Definitely interested. Though I can't imagine these are even sort of cheap to ship. So if I could help out with that, let me know. But yeah, definitely. Be able to build out some really nice displays eventually. I have all these pictures in my head of like where the museum's going to end up someday, where you can be walking through and there'll be mannequins and uniforms and the reconstructed galley spaces or mess spaces with some of this stuff in there, or even just big displays laid out with pictures, picture walls behind them, all kinds of stuff just floating in my head that, hopefully we'll get to try out in virtual reality first, or in just, some digital form. So, looks like, excuse me, Amelie's catching up on the spreadsheet here. Let's see. So that one's the same as that one. All right. So we've got box 37 is what she's working on, and that one is all this Civil War mess stuff. I don't have a ton from this era, but we might as well just take a quick look through since it's being added right now. So we've got a fish fryer that you'd open up and lay your fish in and then clamp down so that you could flip it back and forth. I'm sure you could fry other things in there. Hey, Spicy. Welcome to the stream. We just went through a gigantic donated box from Bob Sourwine. Just amazing new addition to the museum. A giant galley or mess just baking, steaming, cooking box. It was great, great having you. I'm really glad we got to time that out so that you got to see the opening of that. And a whole ton of great snacks and stuff inside. There's all kinds of old school components that I'm gonna get to eat. Lots of lots of miscellaneous coffee and creamer and stuff too. So that's gonna be fun. And thanks again. Let's see, so we've got just a soldier's tin cup with lead lining. You got lead along all the seams, which we learned later, not something you should do. There's some lead right there. We got a tea kettle, similarly lead connected. Another thing that stands out, maybe it's a lead alloy or something, because if you were to put that directly on a fire, one would think that it would melt. And then we've got these knives and forks that were standard issue mess kit knife and fork. If you look at pictures of folks eating their lunch in camp in Civil War, you can spot these really quick, just laying around or in their hands. But the 3-tine, super insanely sharp. Like, these are so sharp. But yeah, the meat stabbers and the knives, you can spot them by this kind of like pattern where the wood's held in. All right, so that lets me jump over to box 38. All right, let me flip this around. Item 1. All right, so this doesn't belong anywhere in there. And we just got to flip some stuff. Let's see, is this upside down? No. So that's fine. Upside down. Rotate. Rotate. That's fine. Rotate. Fine. Rotate. This is that peanut butter that can never, ever walk away from the rest of the collection. At some point, I've got to actually put identifiers on the items, because generally a museum's going to have like a little tag attached to these sorts of things, or even just like a little spot of paint with a number on it. This one is going to be one to label like that for sure, because this one spent half a year in space, but it doesn't look any different than any standard peanut butter from that era. Rotate these. These are all good. Rotate. And I might as well flip those for consistency. Unknown random food item from space. Bunch of Russian stuff. But this is good. The more that's rotated wrong, then the more that you get to see in close up when I, flip them back around. I'm not sure some of these need rotating. These all look good. These need to rotate. These are fine. These are fine. These are all fine. This definitely is my favorite part of the collection. Let's see. Forbin saying he's got a repro with the lead-free solder. Yeah, I can imagine like filling that with a hot beverage. Like there's, they're very heat conductive. There's no like insulation on the handle or anything, so it's just going to get very hot, I would think. All right, these are all the rotated ones, so let's download a copy of those. I can't help it, I'm going to eat a few more of these Dots pretzels. Oh. So they've got yeast, onion, and MSG. Looks like as the main flavorings. As well as artificial butter flavor. Okay. Okay. I can taste the artificial butter. It's got kind of like a movie theater butter backing. They're definitely addictive, but it's a great flavor mix. Somehow screwing up eating pretzels. All right, so we got those downloaded. It's going to take a hot minute to upload once we're done, but when we retake these, I'm going to definitely need to improve lighting and use anti-glare filter so that we don't get all this light reflection. But again, for now, these are just a way of representing how big the collection is, honestly, and just giving a visual record of everything that's in it. To help people understand everything that's gone into this, and for insurance and everything when I do insure the collection. Because I need to insure the collection in case anything happens, that would be horrifying to not be able to fix it. So some of these things, these were, I want to say 1998-ish, sent up to space and brought back down after spending a certain amount of time. Some of these were irradiated, some of these weren't. They were for a school program for testing, the effects of space or the effects of extended time in space on seeds, so that we could better understand what would change when we're trying to grow things, up there or afterwards. And I've got, I think, 2 sets of these. Seeds in Space 2. Or is this just the same one backwards? Might just be the one. Oh, the box will say. Or I mean the master list will say. Teriyaki chicken. The chicken actually doesn't look too bad. I know I'm a crazy person. I get stuck in my head sometimes. Today is one of those days where, I get stuck in my head about, like, there's so many people in my life that are reaching out to say Happy Easter and all that stuff, and I don't reach out to anybody. I pretty much never reach out to anybody, and that's a failing I'm trying to work on. I'm never the one to say happy whatever first, or just to reach out and say hi. But, there's always 10, 15 people sending me texts on any given holiday or wishing me happy birthday. I never wish anybody a happy birthday. I don't know. I got to work on that. These are nuts. These are not nuts crazy. These are like almonds. Yeah, these are almonds. This is like a tiny little pack of bread. I just love it. With the back was already in the right orientation. Let's take a quick look at that. Wait, why does it look like I have the same thing open twice? All right. Yeah. Tiny little baked loaves of bread, basically, and each of them is only like that big. But low to no crumbs is the point of those. You got to plant space seeds in school? That's awesome. Were they from a NASA program or were they from a European Space Agency program? That's super cool. I just noticed your comment. I never got to do it in school, but it's been going on since the 80s. I've got a handful of things from this Cosmos 3EMA backwards R. It says Space Earth. It's the era where the Buran shuttle was being trialed. But yeah, early 1990s Russian. I want to say early Russian Federation, post-Soviet. And this chocolate bar is dust at this point. The whole bar is just dust in a pouch. So it's in a separate plastic bag, and it's going to stay like that until it's like displayed somewhere. ESA on the ISS for a few months. The space seeds did not grow as fast as normal seeds. That's awesome. It's so cool that you got to take part in something like that. So all these things I was trying to translate, this one, Azu, is just a food. That's its name. I don't particularly know what it is. Let's see. No, that's right side up. Okay, that one's fine as is. That'll turn like that. Liver paste. That says pastillette. So this is pate. Yeah, pastillette. And then a very long word for liver. Probably liver of pig or pork, pork liver or something, And I can't pronounce it. I've just seen this written so many times. So this would be like nye, don't know. I think the H is pronounced M. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce this. I could try active translation. Let me just try this. Hepatic. Like hepatitis, like hepatic as in of the liver. Probably just of the liver. Yeah, hepatic. Interesting. The space Earth part on this never translates right. Space Earth. Oh my God, it actually worked. Space Earth. So the Google Translate's getting a little better every year. It's just, with the font, it's easily left in the don't know pile, with this very computery looking font, Is that it? Yep, that's the end of those. I think. Yeah. It's going to take a minute to overload or overlap. Let's see, we're at 20 minutes after 5, so somewhere around 6 o'clock we'll try the meal. I wonder if this is still hot or if that experiment failed. Let's see. Oh my God, it's still like literally steaming. Oh, I love technology. Like it's still too hot to dip a finger in. So sealing that back up. That's gonna work great. That's awesome. All right, so while this is going through, I can start matching these up. So we're gonna go I guess I can do that. 3, 4, 5. So 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll start with 7. 7 is going to be an Apollo Canadian bacon and applesauce. So this is from the Apollo program. This was almost certainly not flown. Don't think it has a direct serial number on it. Yeah, I don't see one. It is property of the United States government. Yep, sure. It's mine now. Reload those. All right. So we're going to be starting with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Starting with 7, which should be, yep, Canadian bacon. Oh, going to need to copy over the block of everything. Oh, huh. I didn't take pictures of the Doug can. Interesting. Okay, we can skip over that for now. Yeah, that can is like just bad shape, but it was dug up from a battlefield site. All right, so let's see. Box 38. Box 38 has a whole ton of things. So you got up to flatware. Yep, okay. So this will get us all the way down to 331, which is still only about 50-ish beyond where we started. So 150 today, just that ain't happening. But maybe get 75-ish today. All right, so grabbing this whole block. Why do you have a border? You don't need a border. There we go. You have a border. You don't need a border. There we go. All right. So let's do all the US stuff. We got Russian stuff. More United States stuff. And more Russian stuff. Every now and then I just look at, there we got Thug Elohim Alpha. Is that you, Steve? Alpha Love, Alpha Exchange. Oh, hey guys, we got Nico God. We got, well, hey, you guys are raiding me. Well, that's great. Welcome. Are you guys over on Twitch or no? You're in YouTube. Well, welcome to the stream. Right now we're looking through the space collection. So this is all stuff, all ration items that have been involved in various space programs. So we've got up here in the corner, we have the Gemini stuff. This was all on Gemini 4. Down here, we've got this beef noodle soup was in the Mercury program. This Canadian bacon and applesauce was in the Apollo program. Then we got a couple International Space Station items. So we've got some beef tips with noodles. We've got some M&Ms. Got some butter cookies. Got a brownie. This whole collection up top was the mid 90s. This was I love this style. These trays that you would inject water through this port in the back and would bubble up, and then you'd clip and kind of funnel. I mean, like not funnel. You had to get the food with the back, with the spoon, and then kind of move it towards yourself in a way that the spoon, it's hard to describe. So the food had to basically stick to the spoon just by centrifugal or whatever force, just because otherwise, if you ever stopped moving, the food would just drift away from the spoon. You know what I mean? So then we've got all kinds of Russian stuff. Some of it's commercial, some of it's actual space program. Some of it's 90s, some of it's modern day. But yeah, we're just looking through the space stuff right now and adding it to this collection website. This is where I'm trying to get everything in the museum up online so that folks can come through and take a look. So yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. Great to have you. Who are these guys, Amelie? These are folks from a spot where I hang out a lot. We're all a community of crypto enthusiasts, whether it's trading cryptocurrencies or buying, selling, holding NFTs, or crypto mining, nodes and node projects, that kind of stuff. So, got any beef jerky? Yeah, I got lots and lots of beef jerky in the museum collection. There's beef jerky and a ton of rations. I don't have any standalone in the collection yet, or in the collection website yet. This is just a feel for the kind of things that are in here. All sorts of stuff, and this is random view. This isn't sorted. And then anything you wanted to get more specific on, you could say, oh, let's see all the food packet long range patrol. And pride myself on having built a very fast website. So these photos are all loading from Google, so that'll get fixed. Right now it's huge. So many at once thought it was a raid. Yeah, I think it was sort of. I'm assuming that over on the Alpha Exchange, which is a 24/7, 365 channel on Twitch. Let me put up a link to that. For anybody who, wait, I'm not typing anywhere. Let's see. Okay, there we go. For anybody who has any interest in crypto stuff but wants to learn, this is a great community to go ask questions and learn with. Just make sure that this is a working link. Yep, there we go. Go on over there, show them some love, give them a follow, and it's 24/7, 365. So, they're the best. Thanks, guys. I hope some of you find some interest here. So, let's see. Right now, we're just working through this metadata spreadsheet. Wait, let's see which one's the actual. This one. Working through this spreadsheet, adding everything in. I skipped a lot of creators here. Yeah, just building it out, because then this spreadsheet in turn is what runs the website and allows for all the searching and linking and all that stuff. Hey, if anybody here has any any desire to learn that stuff, you guys are the best place to send folks, so I'll plug you anyway. I know Steve's always interested. He's genuinely enthused to look at rations. I can tell. So for most of this stuff, I'm going to put manufacturer unknown. The Theragen I'll be able to get. This is the Theragen is for blocking your thyroid, I want to say. It's a general multivitamin, or Theragran. Let's see, this is made by Mead Johnson. And we've got unknown dates. At some point, I got to decide whether or not a decade range is going to be good enough. But for now, we'll put unknown for all this stuff. Gemini 4 stuff is pretty specific. I want to say it's 1965. Yeah, the flight was in 1965. The food would have been made in 1965 as well. They weren't sitting on this stuff for any length of time, so you can put 1965 for all of this. A lot of it would have been manufactured right at Natick. What are we eating for dinner tonight? Tonight's going to be a mix of things. Tonight's going to be a Swedish apple cinnamon porridge, a can of German rye bread, can of French rice pudding, a can of Australian peaches, and then a German jelly of some sort, a Polish spread of unknown type, a Danish wait, yeah, Danish peach iced tea, Danish peanut butter, and American packaged butter, which I've never had the benefit of trying before. So that's going to be, an international mix meal that was sent in by a viewer, Rachel Sunshine, the sunshine side of life. So that's going to be a fun one. A nice international mix. Going to have food from, let's see, from Europe, from the United States, and from Australia. So nice mix. I'm glad you like it, Randy. Yeah, it's a fun, weird little hobby, right? So this mirror stuff, it's probably, let's see, NASA 6, probably going to be the same bet that the food was made within a year of that. So September 1987. So we're going to go, or 1997. So we're going to go ahead and say 1997 on these items. Because generally they weren't going to be sending stuff that they've been sitting on for, months or even, years specifically. Yeah, we're going to be doing the food in about half an hour, Steve. So I hope you can stick around and enjoy that. I've got some near boiling still from 2.5 hours ago. Water in a thermos over there. I just checked it. It's actually still steaming. To cook up the porridge. We're gonna try this canned rye bread, and the Rogan Schrottbrot is one of my favorite things ever. So I am just thrilled to get a can of this, and all this stuff is in date. Like all this stuff is fresh. Yeah, this is good until May 28th. This is good until October. These peaches are good until 1949. No, it does say 1949 on the can, but that is not when these are from. I see 22 BS. I'm not sure exactly when these are good till, but I would assume 2022. This porridge is good till October 25th. So yeah, these are all fresh items. Nothing old and weird this week. If that peanut butter was on Mirror and it was in the OD green, it can't have been 97. No, it could definitely be, well, shoot, or it could be 96. 97, I think, is when there was the changeover. Why don't you check the date code? Well, we'll see. Let's see if I've got a photo that includes the date code, because nothing's here, in the house. Let's see, where was that? Mirror stuff. Oh wait, yeah, okay, I do have the peanut butter. Well, there is a date code stamped into the edge here. Peanut butter date codes, though, if you remember, are usually like 6 or 8 characters long and not very. See, this says 895, so this is 895. Okay, so the peanut butter is 1995. They sent some old peanut butter up with them poor astronauts. That's a good call out. At least that we're able to date. Let me see if anything else has a notable date. 5029. You think they sent a bunch of old food up on this mission? 51272. I think they did. 5326. 5248. 5358. I think they sent a bunch of 1995 food up. So I'm going to change the date on these. Interesting. So, or it might have gone up well before he went up and it was just food that was still up there, and maybe because it was the old stuff, that's why you didn't need it. I don't know. All right, so reproduction, ISS era. So I've got one thing of fake M&Ms and one thing of real M&Ms. So these are the fakes, and I bought them as fakes. Fake manufacture date 2002, and the backing material is not like the authentic ones. It's like a seal-a-meal kind of bag. Let's see, where are the real ones? Or, uh-oh. Did I only take pictures of the fake ones? Or do I have them side by side? Yeah, I guess I didn't. I guess I don't have. Oh no, they're way down here. All right, so that's going to be fun to match up. Yeah, these are the real ones. They don't have the date the same. This is 19415. I don't think that's going to be a date. I didn't get them in 2015. And you see the back doesn't have that like kind of stippled freezer bag kind of feel. And the Velcro is a little spikier. This is a real brownie. Excuse me. Yeah, okay. So some of these things are a little bit off in terms of where they appear in this spreadsheet, so I'll have to make sure I remember that. So we'll say unknown manufacturer. Well, actually, no, the M&Ms are going to be Mars. Is the company M&M Mars, or is the company just Mars? Just Mars Incorporated. Mars Inc. Oh no, they are in order. Reproduction, ISS era M&Ms. Okay. Butter cookies. They look like Lorna Doone. So it would say Lorna Doone, I think, if they are. Yeah, that's what these are. Can't see where it says that because it's under the label, but yeah, the pattern's unmistakable. That's what these are. Specifically this pattern. Yep. It's nice when some of these actually match up. So these will be Lorna Doone. The tomato seeds, I think we can get a make off of these. I think we can call the maker NASA. And then the rest of these, I'm not sure we'll be able to get anything off of. The Russian ones, maybe. Probably not. No, I'm going to go ahead and just not. The spacefood.com stuff, that we can get a manufacturer off of when we get down there. So I'm going to just do unknown for a bunch of these. Ham in a tube. Yeah, these come from, I have a, okay. The Biryulevsky Experimental Factory. yeah, yeah, whatever. Close enough. And why not I? That'll be the same for that. And then the tube food stuff, I mean the spacefood.com stuff. I can't recall if approved by Space. Can't recall if we can just go with spacefoodlaboratory.com or just Space Food Laboratory. I think is probably the best bet for these. Yeah, we'll just go with Space Food Laboratory. I'm spelling laboratory wrong. Yep, I always forget the O. I really do need some lo-fi music or something in the background on during this stuff, although that might just put people to sleep. Beef tips with mushrooms, unknown. I wish I had more of, oh wait, did I close the box out? I didn't mean to. I wish I had more stuff like the beef tips. This is the exact same style as an MRE, you know, in the thermostabilized pouch, but probably 10 of this menu were made, you know, maybe 20. They're not standard issue ration. Beef tips with mushrooms, September 2009. So just looking at that, at least we got a year out of it. And we can get a year out of a lot of this stuff. Not everything, though. Unknown on the brownies, unknown on the M&Ms. The reproduction M&Ms are 2002. Butter cookies. Probably also. Yep. The seeds. STS 86 was 1997. And then the rest of these we're not going to get dates. All right, the Russian stuff is going to have dates on it. Yeah, some of these boxes fly by, but some of them just got to take the time to. Wait, no, 2014. Some of you just got to take the time to look at the photos and see exactly what we can see. And then this whole process is just layer one. You know, once this is all done and everything's up, you know, people are going to want descriptions of these items. You know, search engines are going to want text to find them. You know, so we're going to have to come back through and write a description for all 1,000 items. And I'm going to try and make that something that is open to the public to help with some kind of system to incentivize it, maybe. I'm thinking about doing something blockchain related, actually. So having like Ration Museum tokens and having a way to reward people with tokens and maybe even have a web wallet or something, but just some way of kind of controlling it and exposing people to crypto stuff in a non-monetary sense. So like we can make tokens and use them to give access to things, to give voting rights and things, to run contests later and say, holders with more than X number of tokens are in different categories for this contest, or, that kind of thing. Some way that we can incentivize having people put in time and try and help with this. Could also say, like, people who have X number of tokens can now help moderate, and when they moderate, they earn extra tokens. I don't know, stuff like that. I want to build a system that can kind of run itself and let people help flesh all this out over time. And I'm going to need to run to the bathroom real quick, so just give me 1 minute and I will be right back. Thanks. Appreciate that, Amelie. Sorry about that. So I was saying, I am going to eat the entire set of taco truck jelly beans in one go. So we've got a margarita, a guacamole, a salsa, a beef taco, a horchata, and a churro. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Down the hatch. Yeah. Nope. Don't do that. Oh wow, don't do that. That is not a good combination. Like if you ever wondered what it'd be like to go to a Mexican restaurant, order all those different things. You know, order a horchata, order a churro, order a margarita, order some tacos, some guacamole, and some salsa, and then just dump them all into one big bin and just mix it all up and then eat that. Yeah, that's what that would be like. Don't recommend it. I do not recommend it. Wow, that was bad. Individually, I think they're all really good. So this is for anybody who wasn't here earlier in the stream. This was a gift from Bob Sourwine. This is taco truck jelly beans. Oh heck, thanks, Randy. I will. I'll send it over the book face. You know, and great having you here. Happy Easter, and enjoy the rest of your night. All right, so picking right back up here, we got almonds. Let's see where these almonds were time-wise. 15. The bread is 15. And then these things, I don't think I had dates on any of them. Oh wait, no, I don't have a date on the candy, but I have dates on the rest. So 2015, 2015. Unknown on the chocolate, but it's going to be the same era as the rest of these. It's just I don't have an exact date. And then the canned stuff is all like 1994, I believe. Yep, all these cans are 1994. And I put them all together in a block, even though their pictures are all over, so that's going to be fun. The tube of ham. Hey, kitty. Oh, you're going to climb all over stuff, aren't you? She's looking at me. What? You got like an inch and a half there to get to play with walking around. Gonna try and jump over. All right. Come on. Figure it out. You can stay here. All right, so where's the tube of ham? All right, right here. Do we got a date on this? Yeah. We got the edge of a 2015 right there. And we got 2016 on the peach juice. Then we got the commercial stuff. Where are you gonna go? There's nowhere to go over there. There's nowhere to go, kitty. Commercial stuff is 2017 expiration, I want to say, but I'm just still going to mark it 2017 because that's the date on the box. Though I swear I got that stuff in like 2014, maybe 15, because I had it. I did the review when I was still in Montana. So either way. Then we've got canned stuff. All right, do any of these have dates? Probably all of them. 2014. Looks like 2012. Well, it says 13 on the side, 12 on the top. I think the manufacturer would be the one on top, so I'm going to go ahead and say all of these are 2012 except the ISS labeled Cowberry one. Oh, okay, you're going to go up there, kitty? That's fine. Creator unknown. All right, these things are going to take a lot of metadata to flesh out. Oh, you're working through the images? That's awesome. All right. Up at 6 o'clock. Screwed some up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah, that's what I did. Okay. Did it again. Keep doing the exact same thing. I keep skipping over the 0. $300. Kitty, don't eat that. All right, you're gonna go down on the floor again. Good luck on your journey, kitty face. I still just can't get over how fantastic you guys all are, and in this case, how ridiculously awesome Bob is for everything here. This is just amazing, and the fact that he took the time to make these things for me, like, this is just fantastic. These are solid wood. Like, there's metal, there's metallized paint, there's resin. Like, I wonder if he used a router, or they're just so nice. The nerd in me is just, yeah, blown away. Alright, so getting about time to cook up a meal here. I'm gonna bring this camera over, drop it down. We'll see if it's even still online. How far behind it is. In and out. Alright, so Paul, I know this is your favorite box too. Box 38. Just all the fun stuff. Alright, Emily, I see you're jumping in on the metadata there. I am gonna trust you to that for now, and I'm just gonna bang out the rest of these numbers here, and then I'm gonna start cooking breakfast dinner, because it's mainly breakfasty foods. All right, we're getting up to 330. Let's see. I just love this. I love this pile. I don't know if you guys could hear that through the wall. There is sport game on. Dinner for breakfast kind of makes sense at the start of your day. All the energy. Dinner for breakfast as opposed to breakfast for dinner. All right, let's see. We'll flip this over here. And we've got a whole various collection. And we will find out what some of this stuff is shortly. Maybe I come down a bit, angle it like that. Oh, yeah, we got a nice pile of stuff. So we're going to start out. With this apple cinnamon porridge from Sweden. I think this is going to be the very first Swedish ration item I'm having. So that's awesome. I'm going to break the top open. So this is a gusseted meal pouch. It's got the nice gusseted bottom. It's got differing fill lines. JHIJ, okay. JIHGFEDCBA. Going down inside. I don't know. Yeah, you guys can see that. And this says to fill to the G line. So I guess they use the same pouch inner for different things. So I'm going to open it up. Going to get more of a straight down view in there. Nice looking cereal grains. And we're going to add the somehow still nearly boiling water. Yeah, there's steam coming out. We go a little below the G line. We're going to take out a clean spoon from this Polish kit. And we're going to mix all this up. Taking care to get down into the corners. Probably should have gone even lighter on the water, because this is gonna be soupier than I want, I think. All right, seal that up. Let that cook. All right, while that's cooking, let's get out the Rogan Schroetrot. So this, we've got 170 grams of bread. It's got 759 kilojoules, so 180 calories. And then the rest of this, I'm not going to be able to guess too well. But fat, I'm assuming, is fat. Devon Gisartij Vetsarin is going to be polyunsaturated fat, or just saturated fat, I don't know. Kohlenhydrate is going to be carbohydrates. Devon Zucker is going to be sugar. I don't know about ballast stove. I don't know. And I don't know. One of them is going to be protein, I'm assuming. And then 1.1 grams of salt. So, there we go. It's not cat food, Kitty. She came running. So, this stuff breaks into little slices. We got 6 slices of bread in here. And got this creamer, SCM creamer spread. Contains milk and sugar. Oh, this isn't butter. This is like coffee creamer. Oh. Well, whatever. I'm going to put some on bread. Screw it. Let's see how this goes. Oh, that is definitely just coffee creamer. It's probably going to be really weird. As the Swedish would call it, food anarchy. Oh, man. It turned out good, though. Yeah, Emily, we got to get Nick back on. He's expressed interest in joining back up one of these times when I'm in the office. Just need to give him a heads up. So, we've got some kind of jam, and I guessed right that it was jam, um, which is lucky because the rest of them are like, well, I mean, I guess if I'd have picked a pate, I'd have picked a pate, not a big deal. But let's try whatever this is. It's a thin kind of a jam. I'm assuming, I don't know, could be like a black currant, could be grape, could be a raspberry. Just looking at it, it's hard to tell. I would guess black currant. Gonna need to use the old Google Translate. SCM, sweetened condensed milk. Yeah, I guess I just didn't look at the ingredients before I grabbed it. I think this is Polish here. Could be something else though. Let's see how Polish translates. Did I get something on the lens? Oh yeah, I did. Seriously. This does not want to. What the heck? Oh, okay, there we go. Cherry jam. There we go. Let's see if I can get that to where you guys can see it. That's which direction? Yeah, okay. I need to come out that way. There. You saw it for a second. Cherry jam. Cherry. There. Highly sweetened. Isn't the future awesome? Let's take a look at what this one is. Well, this is going to be German, so. Sour cherry extra jam. Made from 45 grams of fruit per 100. Total sugar content 60 grams per 100 grams. Ingredients: sour cherries, glucose, fructose, syrup, gelling agent, pectin, acidulants, citric acid. Hey AB, how's it going? Happy Easter. You showed up for the part where we're eating a multicultural dinner provided by Rachel, aka Sunshine Side of Life, as the this was in the Feast of the Holidays Super MRE, which was just such an awesome collection of stuff from all over the world. I'm going to have another full meal out of this at some point. But today is Germany, Poland, Sweden, France, Australia, and Denmark, and the United States. So we're going to have some Danish iced tea powder, peach flavor. See, this says mix in 200 milliliters of cold water. I want to say about that. So mix that up. Make sure the whole thing gets in there. And give it a good shake. It might be too much water, but it should still be good. That's perfect. Let's try the sour cherry jam. So we got cherry jam and we got sour cherry jam. May have unknowingly grabbed two very similar things, but hey, jam and rye bread. Oh, this sweetened condensed milk is escaping. I'm going to mix some in there. Oops. Get that to the side there. I'm just going to mix that up. Kind of like buttered toast. Still going through the Feast of the Holidays. Yeah, I can understand. The things weigh like 5 pounds. Combining the jam and the sweetened condensed milk was excellent. That's awesome. All right. Let's see. When did I put this in? It's 20 after, so probably been almost enough. Let's see. Ooh, it's looking good. I'm gonna give it another minute. See, we're gonna pop open this rice pudding. Ooh, blasted back there. Got me. So it's got kind of a off-white. Give that a taste test. Let's take a look. Oh, this is really good. Hey Ben, welcome to the stream. Happy Easter. I'm trying a multinational meal from the Feast of the Holidays MRE from Rachel. That's awesome. I need to push this down. Hold that over. All right, we've got the peaches as well. clear some space. Bust out a P38. So this can was in a CR1M. I mean, it really is. So we've got, I'm not sure what the name of the Polish one, or I mean, sorry, the Swedish one would be. I'm just going to drink some of the, some of the syrup out of there, so it's not popping out the whole time we're cutting it open, and it still is. Let me try one more time with the breather hole in the back. All right, that worked. So we've got the CR1M, we've got the Swedish MRE, we've got the French RCIR, we've got the German EPA, we've got the Polish SRG, and the Danish. I'm not sure what the Danish one is abbreviated as. Man, this P38 is sharp. This edge here is threatening to cut me. This can is tough. Dang. It feels like it would rather tear than cut. There we go. Yeah. Beat up my finger something fierce, but didn't cut it. Happy Mother's Day. It's not Mother's Day. Mother's Day's in May. Trying to trick me there. Welcome back, Mike. And hey, James. Good to have you guys. You joined during the fun time. Get that off of there. And my hands are getting sticky as heck. I'll be right back. All right. So yeah, we got 3 different continents represented in like 6 or 7 countries. So just peaches. Yeah, we got diced peaches from a CR1M. We've got porridge from a Swedish MRE. We've got Rogan Schroetrot from a EPA. We've got rice pudding from a RCIR. We've got cherry jam from a SRG. We've got sour cherry jam from an EPA, and some loose sweetened condensed milk made in the US, but not sure what ration that was from, and some Danish peanut butter, some Danish iced tea, and Polish utensils. So quite the mix. All right, so all this stuff is good. We're gonna go back to this porridge, see where it ended up after 10 minutes of soaking. 15 minutes. It looks perfect. I'm going to take a nice big spoonful of that. Let that focus in. Oh, holy heck. This is great. Let me try and do an opposite from this scene. We do mix, and sell. I'll bring in the webcam. The cell up in the corner. Titles. Chat. Okay. Now that one works. All right, there we go. Then we can do this. All right, we got big old Swedish breakfast. Dump the rice pudding and peaches into the porridge. All right, let me try the porridge a little bit more unadulterated, and then, yeah, that's happening. I gotta say, this might be the best oatmeal I've ever had. This is really insanely good. It's thicker than any I've had. There's tons of apple chunks in here. All right, let's try these peaches on their own. "140 grams of peaches and diced syrup." Wait, I mean, diced peaches and syrup. All right, I'm gonna put some peaches in here. And we're gonna put in some of this rice pudding, just a little. We'll get a spoonful with all of them. Here we go. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. That fits. Yeah, this is quite the carb-heavy meal. I should probably be like taking a bike ride or jumping in VR or something, burning some of this off after. Gonna be all jazzed up energy-wise. See, a little more of this rice pudding. Honestly, I mean, that was good, but I think each of these things on their own is where it's at. Yeah, this French rice pudding stuff, it's basically rice in sweetened condensed milk. 143 calories for this little tiny thing. See these peaches, 287 calories. Wait, no, that's, Oh no, four. Wait, that's kilojoules of energy. Kilojoules of energy and calories aren't the same thing. Because this is 600 kilojoules or 143 calories. So if this is 400, then I guess it's a little over 100. Hey Duncan, welcome to the stream. We got all kinds of folks in here today. Best live stream? Just a guy eating some international food. Yeah, these peaches are fantastic. We've got really interesting metal on the inside of this. Let's see. Let me flip this back over. Like you can see kind of a mottled pattern to the metal. Like it's made of tons and tons of pieces of smaller metal, like kind of pressed. You guys seeing that? The top of the can was like an enameled white, and so is the bottom. You know, the sides being this mottled material, I don't think like has anything to do with them being eaten away over time. The metal is really, really thick, which would be a good lesson, you know, from history for canning peaches for a ration and keeping them long term. Is, you know, in the old days when they would use the thinner cans, it would eat the can. You know, it would eat right on through that can. I love you too, man. I'm glad you're here. Happy Easter. You know, sorry, my head keeps dipping behind that. Which side is that? Oh, okay, move that down that way. That's a little better. Let's do some of this Danish peach iced tea. You missed the part. Well, it doesn't matter. No worries. But earlier we were going through this, the space food collection, and getting it into the collection website over here. Currently, let's see, last run through we had 275 items in there. We're up to 330, and the space food will be the next upload along with some Civil War stuff. We'll get that on there before we end the stream today. Excuse me. So you got to skip over all the spreadsheets because this is all I've been doing so far today is going through these spreadsheets and fleshing it out. And Amelie's this pink cell over here. Best helper the museum's had. Just banging away at the data. And each of these boxes of items have been cataloged and photographed. So now the work is getting that data available online and tagging it and categorizing it and dating it so that we get a site where we can just say, I want to look at 24-hour rations. And no, I want to look at stuff from Britain. No, I want to look at stuff, I want to look at humanitarian daily rations. You know, let's take oh yeah, let's browse by location. South Korea, okay, show me all the South Korean stuff. Timeline, let's go through time and see what's in the collection based on the date. So these pictures are all 1 megabyte each, or I mean, sorry, 3.7 megabytes each. So that's getting reduced. I made a script to reduce all that. But, oh, what's the Civil War stuff look like? You missed that chunk, so let me show you. That's box 36. No, 37. It's box 37. So it's just mess kit stuff. I was looking at like the fish fryer. And we have a tin cup, just a soldier's mess cup, or you know, personal mess kit cup. We got a teapot. We've got some cutlery. So this would be standard issue soldier's mess kit cutlery. And if you look at photos from the area, you'll see these like little crosshatch pattern on these insanely razor sharp forks. These tines will just, I mean, like, yeah, they're a weapon in and of themselves. These knives are pretty sharp too, but they're not like razor sharp. The tines on those forks, though, they're nuts. All right, so let's see. We still have, is there anything we haven't tried at all? Peanut butter. There we go. Put some peanut butter on this bread with some jam. Yeah, it's one little chunk at a time, but you know, every week we get through another couple dozen tasks, and there's only so many thousand tasks in the pile, so eventually, you know, those tasks will get done. I was saying in the beginning, you know, after this Friday, I'm done working Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. Well, I wish it was 9 to 5. You know, Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 6 or 7 for somebody else, and go to just one day a week of that, and then the rest of the week able to decide what am I going to do. So at least for the short term until I get another full-time job, if I get another full-time job. But at least for a while, I'm going to be putting 2 or 3 days a week at least on the museum. Got to work on fundraising finally, now that the tax situation is resolved, assuming the IRS isn't lying about fixing it or just not, you know, not right and needs more work. Let's see. So here we got some Danish peanut butter on some German Roggenschrotbrot. I'm going to add in a little German jam, the German bread. We got some German jam, German bread. We will put the other slice on top there and make a little peanut butter and jelly sandwich. The IRS is a fun organization. You know, they know what you owe, but you have to guess. And if you're wrong, you can go to jail. I mean, granted, it would take quite a bit to go to jail over taxes, but, you know, certainly has happened. Just gonna kind of put another layer on this. Yeah, these are discs of, it's actually it's like it's kind of a different sort of bread. It's like a whole grain. Let me see. Let's use the future on this. Come on. Think about it. I'm not sure what's going on. Do I have the wrong language? Is this not German? It looks German to me. Doesn't seem to want to. Maybe it's because I've left this open too long. Let's try one more time. Whole rye bread. All right, there we go. Let's see. Whole rye bread, cut. Rye meal, water, table salt, yeast. May contain traces of nuts, milk, and sesame. Fiber was the word I couldn't pronounce. I couldn't figure out before, and protein was on there. Saturated fatty acids. All right, I was close. Can you guys make any of that out? Whole rye bread, cut. Isn't it so ridiculously cool that we can do that? That you can just hold up your camera at something and it will translate the language in real time and give it back to you in the font that the words are printed in. I just. Does it have auto detect? I don't think so with the photo stuff. I have to tell it what language it's going to be. I know with regular Google Translate, if you start typing, it'll try and figure out what language you're typing in. All right, we're going to do another chunk of sweetened condensed milk mixed with some of this Polish jam. I'm making a mess of my desk over here, but I can clean that up after stream. So just going to mix these up like before. That went extremely well, taste-wise. Yeah, it's like a kind of a nutty taste. Whole grain rye bread. It's really different, which is why I like this. This is nothing like rye bread that you would get like off the shelf in the grocery store. Yeah, you grew up in an era where this stuff is just the way it works, but I grew up in an era where caller ID on a phone was some ridiculous new marvel. Yeah, making folks hungry is the side effect of a stream like this. Okay, this is really good. It must have made my cat hungry. She's over there eating. I'm always amazed, like, I eat at my desk at work just because there's usually a lot going on, and so people are going to call me or pull me into meetings whenever. And for a while, I actually would put lunch on the calendar like it was going to matter, but it doesn't matter. So like I got into the habit of eating fast. I usually eat lunch beginning to end in like 6 or 7 minutes, or maybe 10 minutes. But with these streams, it almost always takes almost a full hour to eat a meal because I'm going to stop and explain and show things and all that kind of stuff. And half of this stuff I've never gotten to try before. This bread is the only thing on here that I've eaten specifically out of all this, and it's just, I gotta say, it's one of my favorite things. How does the bread look like when you pull it apart? So it's, let me switch to the camera where you get a much better view. And sorry about the weird jankiness of this camera and the fact that it's kind of behind on time, but makeshift last minute, and it worked. So you can see there's grains in it when we get up close. When we break it, it doesn't look too different from the side. You can see some whole chunks of grain in there, but it's it's got a little bit of moistness to it, but yeah, it's a pretty stiff food product. Where? Oh, peanut butter. Gonna do another peanut butter chunk. Try and use up all the peanut butter. Get the rest of that sour cherry on there. Yeah, can you imagine Amelie going on the internet and wanting to get a single picture and it takes like 40 minutes? Because that's what it used to be like. I'm trying to think of something that has a similar, consistency to the bread. It's hard. I can't really think of anything. The bread isn't hard. The bread is soft. But, density wise, it's very dense. It's really hard to. Yeah, if you want an image at the bottom of the site, yeah, that'll take a while. Like right now, if you go to the browse page on the collection site and scroll all the way to the bottom and let everything load, it's a gigabyte. It's an entire gigabyte of images. Although, Duncan, I think your site's probably bigger, probably a lot bigger. Whenever, like a Burning Man page, I bet you just going top to bottom on that is well over a gigabyte. How can you donate to the museum? We're going to be doing a fundraiser at some point. If you go to rationmuseum.com, there is a link to support the museum with a link to donate. Donations are very much appreciated, and will go towards paying rent, paying Amelie for working on spreadsheets and stuff. Your site is embarrassingly bloated. Well, hey, you got a lot to show. You got hundreds of thousands of photographs by now. Or at least in raw form. I know what average Burning Man, you're at like 6,000 to 10,000 pictures. And guys, I've known Duncan for a decade, just about. Best friend in the world. Friggin' fantastic guy. Can't tell you enough. So, I'm just so happy to get to spend Easter with you guys, all of you, while we eat ridiculous international food. Let's see. I'm gonna have a little more of this porridge. And because this is still going to be hot, well, I'll swap over to this. Because this is still going to be hot, I'm going to have some more coffee from Yossi. I don't know if you're still here, Yossi, but here goes cup number 2. The last one was a perfect amount, so this Yossi mailed over. Oh, let's see. This camera doesn't like to autofocus as well. I guess right about here is sweet spot. Arabica, and it's got like a cow's head or a bull's head on it. I'm putting 2 nice scoops of that. No Kalen, but Coachella is on. Wait, like the festival? Yeah, this camera I can mess with the settings to adjust faster. This one can get insanely close. This one's great. Like I use it a lot to do extreme close-ups of stuff. It's behind right now. So like this is about 1 inch. Yeah, about 1 inch is its minimum distance. It can see a little closer, but yeah, 1 inch is great for it. All right, so here we go. Another cup of coffee. This thermos is great. I'm going to be doing this more often. You know, just yeah, it's still steam's still coming off. It's just nuts. And that porridge cooked up great. Like no problem there. Yeah, and there was enough for the porridge and a whole nother cup of coffee. I think I've said it before. I don't usually drink coffee black, but oh wait, no, I have sweetened condensed milk. I'm gonna try that. But this stuff I do like black. But hey, while I've got the sweetened condensed milk, might as well use it, right? Go home? Don't tell Yossi to go home. I know you're just messing. That thermos, I swear, I've put, you know, an iced drink in there and forgotten it till the next day, and it's still icy. Yeah, this turned out good. Some good strong coffee. Some nice porridge. Really good porridge. Yeah, I'm gonna have way too much energy by the time this is done. You know, if I lived out in the woods, this would be time for a nice hike. I just, don't feel particularly safe, wanted, or comfortable in my current neighborhood when I go outside. So, not gonna hike around here. Hmm. Yeah, this gone. So in a whole package, $614. Yeah, that's quite a bit. That's a big package of porridge. Fantastic gusseted bottom. Just stands very well on its own. All right, what are we down to? Just a little tiny bit of the peanut butter, and actually, no, I think just a tiny bit of the peanut butter and the jam, and everything's been eaten. Yeah, tiniest bit of peanut butter there. And then we'll upload today's changes. Well, that's just liquid. And we'll take a look at that on the site, and we'll call that good. You're hiking right now. Nice. Man. Oh, and then I saved one little lemon-scented moist towelette from, I want to say these come in, I think the halal ones have this type. I already ripped it in half, so sorry about that. I can't really highlight what it was, but just getting clean. Every single thing that I ate today was sticky except the bread. Yeah, holy heck, I got a cleanup zone over there. Just put my hand in something. I think peaches. Still got this peach drink. Oh, hey, a whole nother country with Israel added in now that I think about it. So let's run through it one more time. We got Israel, Denmark, United States, Germany, Poland, Sweden, France, Australia. We had 8 countries represented in tonight's dinner. I think that's my new record. I honestly think that's the new record. 8 different countries in one meal. Makes me think I should have probably found another. No, no. I think all the other packets were either Germany or Poland still. The other little like peel top ones. So I've got like for another one of these, I've got biscuits, biscuits from I think the UK, pate from France, liverwurst from Germany. Excuse me. Chicken korma from New Zealand. Yeah, a handful of other stuff. So that'll probably be next time. Yeah, 8 different countries across 3 continents. If I could have added something Russian or Asian in there, I could have covered a whole nother continent. I've still never eaten anything African ration wise. I have South African rations in the collection, but they're old, very old, and very rare, so I'm not going to try and eat anything from those. Um, Plus, I think one or more of them, I know at least one of them, but I think 2 of them came from Steve. So they're off the. Well, hey, Rachel, this whole last hour was pretty much dedicated to a gift from you. So we're wrapping up here, but you're down at Virginia Beach. It sounds fun. No Canada, for shame. I thought I had Canada, but I didn't. I thought the sweetened condensed milk was Canadian, but I noticed while we started that it's made in the U.S. Yeah, this was thanks to you, Rachel. This was a feast of the holidays full meal. So I had we'll just go through again. We had the Swedish porridge, we had the German Roggentrotbrot, we had the French rice pudding, the Australian peaches, Danish iced tea, and peanut butter. Had Polish cherry jam, had German sour cherry jam, and then wrapping it all up with some Israeli coffee from Yossi. So this was a ton of fun. I really, if you go back over this last hour, I started just under an hour ago on dinner, but this was the most international meal I've ever had. And the United States creamer, I think. I don't remember if I counted that on my fingers there. Um, Swedish, German, Polish, U.S., Australian, Danish, German, Israeli. Yeah, okay. Oh, it was fantastic. Let's see, gonna jump back over to spreadsheeting and wrap up. I think we got everything. Looks like Roscosmos. And Amelie, thank you for fleshing that out and for doing all the images there. Fantastic. So we're in a good spot to transition this one over to the museum website, and we can show you guys what that looks like. First, I'm gonna download a spreadsheet of this. Now we will jump over to the tech window, throw up the spreadsheet, and then we're gonna jump in here and open up the, I still have it named test on here, but you can fix it. It's not Mother's Day, Ben. Although that's never bad advice to talk to your mother, unless it is. All right, so we're on item 330. Happy Easter to you too, Rachel. We're going to do rake deploy. Let the system crunch this data. Fingers crossed for no breakages. No breakages. Okay. So the collection website, browse, should now have 330. Oh, force refresh. 330. So now we can go in here and we can say space food. And there we go. Space food is now an operating category on here. And we can sort, instead of by random, we can sort by title. Sort by title, sort by date, sort by identifier. Whatever works. And we can look through all the stuff we just added. And then anything that's got multiple pictures, you can go in, you can expand it, you can zoom in. It's super detailed. This chicken actually always surprises me, how good it still looks. You know, the little crumbly bits are just like spices and stuff, but honestly, it still looks like it'd be edible. Sweet and sour chicken. $5,172. It's the 172nd day of 1995. Space Station Cowberry Jam, or crushed, not jam, but it's basically the cowberry stuff is a lot like cranberry stuff, just sweeter. So now all of that's on the website. It isn't Mother's Day, Spicy. Why is everybody doing that? There's this streamer I follow that we're constantly telling her happy birthday, and it drives her nuts. It drives her nuts. Her birthday's in December, but yeah, every single stream at some point, someone will intentionally misinterpret something and say, "It's your birthday today? Well, happy birthday!" And then 10 or 20 of us will, climb on the pile and start, "Well, happy birthday! Oh, it's great to share a birthday." She's like, "It's not my damn birthday." But yeah, it's not Mother's Day. Stop it. So I think this was a great episode. I really enjoyed spending Easter with you guys. Got another like 60-ish items on the website, which, it wasn't 150. I think that might have been a little ambitious, but in order to be able to actually jump around stuff, there's all that extra data that has to get fleshed out, and then updating the names and all that. So it takes a little while, but 330 down, about 800 to go. And, honestly, that doesn't sound too bad. Just going to keep on plugging away and get the collection site together. And then, like I said, there will be a couple more rounds. Going to have to write descriptions and going to have to do latitude and longitude tagging. Going to have to go back to all these unknowns and fill in those gaps. So that's research that people can help with. Trying to figure out, well, who manufactured this cowberry stuff from Russia? You know, who manufactured these almonds from Russia? Who manufactured the sweet and sour chicken in the 1995 space station food production assembly, like all that kind of stuff. It'll be great to figure it out. It's research that's going to be fun to do, and all that together will just make it a much more useful collection of data for folks. All of it's exportable in a bunch of different formats. So I'll be back. I think I'll plan on next Sunday too. So I'll be back next Sunday, 3 to 7. Going to do another long cataloging stream. Probably do another Feast of the Holidays ration, like I said, made up of another bunch of different countries. There's actually 2 chicken kormas, I think, so might do some testing between them, or maybe it's a different type of chicken. But either way, hope you guys have a great rest of your Easter Sunday, and until next time, just remember, stay rational. I usually have the ending like queued up right there. Okay, stay rational.